Let me switch my screen once again. Okay, so I think we can start now. First, guys, anyone, any question, any doubt from any session? Guys, anyone, any question, doubt to ask? Maybe 1 minute, hold on. Okay, so now let's get started. So yesterday we were able to do our GraphQL and the hooks part and the HOC part. Today we have to work on the deployment as well as a login application. So if we go to that, sorry, I was in the wrong folder. Okay, now basically guys, you have to work on the login app. Now when we have to work on the login app, so first of all, for that actually what we require. Now, so first of all, let's walk yourself through the API, guys. Okay. There are the 4 URLs which I want to walk you through, which we require for the login logout. And then we're going to consume that URL guys. Okay. Now let's understand guys how exactly this API work, their functionality, and we'll see how we can consume that. So first we'll see the functionality and then we'll see how we can consume that. Now, I'll open the Postman. And first of all, I'll show by running this API separately, and then we'll see how we can authenticate and authorize the pages using this login logout. Now, the first API is basically your users API. What does users API do? This API will able to ultimately, guys, give you all the users which are registered with us. It able to give you all the users that are registered with us. Now, every user have ID, name, city, phone, role is active. This is not the one. This one. ID, email, phone, password, and role. These are the one that we have in every user. Okay. Now, when you go to register the user, guys, now you will see. So what you pass in the body, guys, you have to pass name, email, password, phone, role. So name, email, password, phone, role. Now, so in this case, basically what happened, guys, role is optional. If you give the role, it will take that particular role. If you don't give the role, the default role will be user. And second thing is that, guys, basically the password that we are saving in the say your from the front end or from this API will be saved in the encrypted format, guys. So as a backend developer or as a backend team, they cannot read your password from database. That's one thing that is there. So nobody will able to read our password, guys. Okay, that's encrypted. That is taken care. Now, on the other side, if we talk about once you register, guys, your option to login. Now, in the login, basically, they expected 2 things from us: one email, one password. They expect one email, one password. Now, if you give a wrong email ID, the response is the response format. If you give a wrong email ID, it say auth false. In a token, they say no user found. Auth false and they say no user found. Whereas if I give the right email ID, but the wrong password, it will say auth false, invalid password. So the format of a response will remain same, like a auth and a token. Now what that will come? And guys, if we give both the things correct, your email and your password, then if both the things are correct, here you see auth true and the token is there. If you give both the things correct, guys. Now, for a third API, basically, if guys, we have to pass the ultimately header here. Okay. We have to pass a header here. If you don't pass the header, then it's a so you don't pass the header, first of all, it'll say no token provided. If you pass the wrong token, it's a invalid token provided. And guys, if you pass the correct token, this let you log in and you get the user information. So the guys, this is how exactly the complete format work. This is how exactly the complete your APIs work in the login logout. Got it? Anyone not clear with this? First of all, your APIs, then we'll talk about that. Guys, anyone, any question, any doubt?
Hey Akash, I'm audible.
Yes. Okay.
So, agar the token is static or is there any way to like dynamic token or something?
Dynamic only.
Okay,
Every
dynamic.
time you log in, the token will generate. For every user is a unique token.
Okay, okay.
They'll put 24 hours. After 24 hours, if you try a token, it will expire by
Mhm.
default.
Okay,
Complete dynamic.
okay.
Any other question, guys? Is a real-time API, guys, not something how user get token. User don't need to get token. Have you ever get a token for a Facebook? Or have you ever get token for any other say website? Never. So you never get token, buddy. Neither user get token, neither you get a token. So it's all handled internally. And how that generate, that's basically your as I mentioned, JWT, but how to use it, we're gonna see that. Okay. Now let's go. Yeah, Fatima, go ahead, please.
Yes, Akash. Now, who is going to provide us these APIs, or we have to make
Yes,
it
ma'am,
by our?
I'm giving this URL to you, ma'am. So how you
No,
got
no.
the
If we
API,
are
ma'am, for that?
if we are making one app and we have to do
Ma'am,
this login logout.
if in your team, the backend developers will provide you that. Or
Okay,
you're a full stack developer, then you can make for yourself also.
okay, okay. Thank you.
Now, any more question, guys? Because when I start asking, proceeding, then you start asking question. Anyone, guys, any question? Okay. So now the next part here, which I want to pick up is, let's start consuming that, guys. Okay. So here we'll go. Now here I go to SRC, and as usual, guys, we delete this SRC. Okay, as usual. Now, so make a new SRC folder and make one index file. Now, guys, we're going to install the package also, React Router DOM. So I can close this Postman because it's not required. You guys already understand the flow of this APIs. So now CD desktop API January edu React evening, then login app npm I React Router DOM. We'll see anything else we require or not. I don't. I think Axios will be also required. Okay, let's install the Axios also. Most probably we require it. We'll see. As of now, I think we require. Now, Vikas saying something?
Yeah, I'm asking, apart from API interaction, is there anything new or new concept we are going to cover around React with this exercise? Or sorry?
Authorization.
Oh, okay. And this, sorry, I just from my understanding, this Saga Redux is still pending, right? Or is it already done? I missed one class, so that's why I'm asking.
That's a next week class, buddy. Next week, one day we'll spend on the Redux and one day on the React Native.
Okay. Okay. Carry on.
Thanks for your approval. Okay. So let's go ahead. Now, in this particularly, guys, let's open that index. Okay. Now, what all components we need? So what all files we need? So the component that we need here is more or less in terms of we require register. Then we require that login, and then we require your profile and the users. And one extra thing that you're asking, because basically forms also. You have not yet covered how to submit the data from form in the any application as things, or we have covered that, then we great. Then we can copy a form from there. Yeah, we have done that. Okay, that's good. So we can copy the form directly from it and save our time. Okay. So now here, guys, make a folder called component. And now here in the component, we can outside component also we can create our header, footer, routing, same guys. So guys, we're gonna copy that. We're not gonna spend a lot of time on this writing it. We'll come to the main part that we have to go for. Header, footer, routing. Okay. And what else? Header have us. Header, footer, in a component basically. will have the 4 component. Login.js, register.js, profile.js, user list.js, and user display.js. Okay. Now, what all things, guys, we can take up? Let's take up rather than writing it same thing again and again. So here, guys, basically, now I'll take a few things. SRC. And then, okay. So guys, index is a simple index file that I've connected to routing. So I don't think we have to write it again. Few things, guys, which I'm not writing, I'll tell you where exactly we have done that earlier, so that we should not unnecessarily writing a same code again and again. Okay. So index, we have already done that. So no need to write it. Then we can take the routing. Okay. So basically in the routing, guys, we'll go with, first of all, only one component, that is, say, your login. Okay. So default page that will open will be register, not the login. We'll select this way for a minute. Okay. So basically, guys, we are routing here. Now let's take the header and the footer also. It's a simple, again, bootstrap navbar, guys. Nothing new in this also. So guys, I'm just taking those things which is nothing new for us. Same basic structure. So here you again have the simple navigation bar that have 2 links, 1 slash for register, or say opposite also, it's fine for a minute. It's fine. Later we'll change routing also. Slash will be login and slash register will be slash register. Okay. So simple header. Simple footer. Okay. Simple header, simple footer, simple index, simple routing. As of now, nothing complex or nothing different. Anyone, guys? Any question? Any doubt till this point? In this point, any question, guys? No? Fine. Now, next thing, you have to start making the form. So we'll say here, guys, do one thing. We go to Zomato app. We'll pick this particular form called place order, because that's the same form we require. Okay, now we'll modify according to our requirement, the same form. First of all, we'll call it as register. Now, second thing, here, guys, what all fields we need to have. First of all, that will be part of a state. We have a name, we have the email, we have the phone, and we have the password. Obviously, guys, at time registration, We never ask a role from the user. So you are not going the one you are not the one who will ask a role from the user, correct? So basically, these are the 4 field I want: name, email, password, and phone. This will remain as it is because it's able to that checkout as of now will remain as it is. There's nothing called render item this time for us. And now here will on the top will say register. No hidden fields anymore. So basically we have a name, email, password, and phone. Password and phone. Okay. Now we don't require anything guys like this. We simply say register and the component amount also not required. With nothing we load on the page, load on the form. So guys, this is a simple form which have 4 field, and on submit it able to send the data directly. In this will simply say this dot state. And once you're done, we route it to slash login. Okay, as of now, we can just avoid that also for a minute. We'll first see, we'll not run it also. We'll just first see it's coming properly for us or not. Let's just start this. Whether I'm audible, my screen got stuck actually. Just confirm I'm audible now. Whether I'm audible, confirm yes or no. Hey, ping me in chat, guys. I'm audible, yes or no? Okay, perfect. Okay. Now, this is something about register. Okay, C is capital here. Now let's see. In the component basically, R is capital. And in that, although we have just one URL, and that URL link is, oh, this link is not working here. 1 minute. The live link that just entered that is not working. The other link is there. 1 minute. Let me give you that. Now here we go. Now with this link. Guys, earlier Heroku was on server, which gives us a free space. So it become paid. I thought of like, if I'm paying it, then why not for AWS? It's better performance. So all the API you're using that, they're all hosted over AWS only, guys. That's why it's the IP address. So now we'll have slash API slash auth slash register. So this is the URL, guys, that we have to call. And we paste this URL here. I think everything look fine. Let's see if any still any error we left with. Did you paste it code anywhere else? No. So why is it where it's looking for place order? And we're not calling it anywhere. Place order.css. Where exactly is this? Nowhere. Let's see here. It got stuck, I guess. Let's restart once again. Because that file is no longer in our file, right? Isn't it? So let's see. Okay, now it's working. The only left is CSS link. Basically bootstrap link, I say. Copy this bootstrap and add that to your page. So we go public. Fine, let's see now. Fine. So it's coming, guys. Everything is loading for us. We get a register form. Now, same thing, guys. Copy. Put that in the login. Change the color of that. Primary to success. Change the name of that to login. And guys, now for login, we only two fields. One is name, one is email, and one is password. That's it. And here also name as well as phone, we can remove. We can call it as login and login. So I think, guys, we have both the forms ready. One login, one register. Let's go ahead in the routing. We'll just uncomment this login. and uncomment this login also, guys. Let's keep this on comment mode still. And this one we uncomment. Okay. So slash will be login as usual and slash register will be register. So guys, we got two of them from login and register. Let's see. Login, register. Both are working, guys. Even you can change the color of button in the. And I should put the button somewhere here with different color. Say info. Same way in the register also. Although it doesn't affect the React, but when writing something, write in a better way that it should look good also. Later on when you revise, you find out, okay, you have done something right application. Then there. Okay, let's have a look now. Login, register. So both the forms are loading perfectly fine. And if we register now, when we register right now, so it automatically routes us to slash, that's a login. So that will also work. But how you come to know that the user got registered or not? For that, you need the user display. We'll make a one list where we'll display all the users that are registered with us. So when we register, we can verify from there. But anyone, any doubt till this point? Okay, so proceed. All those are very basic component, guys. They will just display the list of order. And this also we have done. Very similar list of order we have done. So view order and display order. Same thing. So view user and display user. Guys, funda is very simple. It's unnecessary waste of time. If I start writing the same thing again for you guys, how that benefit for you? No benefit, right? So directly let's come to a point where you want. Okay, now here. We'll say user list. And very simple call. We'll go to slash users. Users. So this URL will call, update the state called users, and then we have display users. Coming from dot slash user display. And you're passing by name of user data. And that user data, in this is passing the users. So simply guys, I'm passing the user from this API, we're calling the API, getting all the users and passing it there directly. And now the user display, we'll say users. So what are columns we'll have? So we'll have ID of the user. Name, phone, email, role. And then guys here, we're passing by name of user data, user data, user data, user data. So I think for each users, ID will anyways be underscore ID will be unique thing. So ID we have to show, name we have to show, phone we have to show, email we have to show, and role we have to show. So These are things that you have to show on the screen. Make a user list and user display. Go to routing. We have a users coming from /component/user list. And this route will bring up it's a /users like this. Okay, let's see, guys. If we go to /users as of now, what happened? I didn't get a list of user. Why? Let's see. We're getting it. Why it's not coming here? So, oh, the state name was different, guys. I'm adding order. It should be users. That's why. Okay, let's see now. So it's coming now. Okay, that's good. So are all users got loaded? Are login working? Are register working? Let's try to register one new user, guys, altogether. So we'll say Yashika. Email ID Yashika. I'll give the password same, phone number same, register. Guys, it's coming to a login page. Okay. But when you go to /users, you have a new user ID. Means that's working fine. Our register is absolutely working fine because after registration, it's coming to this login page. And if we come to the users page, I can see all the users there. So this register process and the user page is absolutely perfectly fine. Now main work is now for a login and the profile form. First, guys, any question till this point? No question? Okay. Now next thing is, let's come to login, guys. So here one extra work required, guys. Now, suppose you give the wrong email ID or wrong password, then I have to show you. Basically, I have to show the user that either login ID or password is wrong. I have to show that error there. So how we can manage? Let's do that. First, take this URL. Now here, guys, basically what we have to do is, I take one more state name, say message. And I'll put this message somewhere here. On the top, I'll add one h2 tag. I'll give an inline CSS. Color colon red. And say this dot state dot message. Now, go to your checkout form here, handle checkout. This time, guys, I want a message from the response. So we get a response. And from there, response.json. Now, index dot, then we get data. We write a condition here, guys. If data dot auth is equal to false. If data dot auth equal to false means some problem is there, then we'll say this dot set state of what? Of message to data dot token. If there is any problem, we'll update that message in the state. Else what we'll do, guys, we save this token in the session. We'll just say the storage dot set item. Token name is LTK and the value of that token is data dot token. So this will save that. This is how we save the token in the session, so that on the next page or any page I can verify. And after that, I'll jump from here into the this is a problem to profile page. So what I'm trying to do, guys, if anything is wrong, then in that case, it shows the message, else it saves the token and come on the profile page. On the profile page, we'll pick this token and display the user profile. So let's just do. Suppose, guys, I give this. Achha, Amit user exists. Okay, let's go back again. Suppose I give here. In a Yashika, I miss A first of all. I'll log in. Why the message not got printed? Just a spelling actually, guys. Message spelling mistake. Okay. If you are wrong email ID, it's a no user found, register first. If I give a right email ID but the wrong password, it's a invalid password. Guys, if I give a right email ID, wrong password, invalid password. If I give right wrong email ID, then no user found. Okay. This is the first thing. But if I give both the things correct, so if I give both the things correct, then in that particular case, what happened is, so you will able to save the token and jump to the next page. In that scenario, guys, you're able to generate the token and come to the next page. Guys, anyone not clear about till this point? Anyone not clear till this point, guys, first? And that's how it happened real time also, guys. In real time application, you see the same process happen, because the guys in a market, 90 different people, these are using a JWT. Those who are doing a login, logout, JWT. And those who are using their company login, then SSO. Okay. Fine. The page of the work of a login page is also done for now. Now let's come to profile page, guys. So we'll make this profile page. In this profile page, with the help of a token, we'll get the user info. Remember React from React and component basically. From React, we'll import link from React router DOM, const URL, will be user info URL. Okay. Now the class profile extends component, and then we'll say export default profile. Now, in the constructor, we'll have super. Now here we simply say users. Okay. So I should say user, not users. Only one user information will come to us. Now, guys, next thing is in the API calling. I'm gonna fetch and give that URL. Method is get. Now, guys, this time the token have to be passed as the header, you see? And the header name is X access token. And how we get it? It's a session storage. So now here in terms of guys, in this scenario, what we're doing, why we pass these things by guys, your header. I'll tell you. The reason for that is guys, because it's a kind of a sensitive information. Not as sensitive, when it's not like 100% very crucial because it doesn't contain any PI data first of all, right? So the point is that guys, we tried. So basically, if you make a post call, they have to pass in a body. If you send through a query parameter, that is visible. So header is the best place for this kind of a data. Okay. And now in .then, response and response.json. In next .then, you get data. This dot set state of user data. So guys, basically we simply call the API. This time we're passing a token as a header and receiving the user information. And now on a page, we'll display that. Although we have one function called handle logout also. So in this render, we have a return. We'll make a div whose class name is container. Then we have a div whose class name is panel space panel hyphen primary. Then div class name panel hyphen heading. We on S3 tag say profile. The other div whose class name is panel hyphen body. In this, what all thing I'll print. First, I'll print on h1 tag and say hi. This dot state dot user dot name their name of the user. Then one h2 tag will say your email ID is this dot state dot user dot email. Your phone number is this dot state dot user dot phone. And the role is, guys, now after this, the authentication will happen. Oh, sorry, authorization will happen. Your role is role. And then we'll have a button also. Whose class name is beaten-danger. On click of that button, we call this dot handle logout. And we'll say logout. Okay, let's have a look. Suppose, guys, I give a right email ID, right password, it let me log in. Although I think in a route page, this is not active right here. Uncomment this. Uncomment this. Let's see. See, guys, we get the user information. If we go to users, any admin user is there? Deepika password, I don't know. Okay, Nidhi is the admin user. Okay, let's just try login with Nidhi. It's a you are admin. Correct. So basically, as of now, guys, I'm able to successfully log in and able to see my profile. Now there are two, three things are there. First, logout have to be handled. First thing. Second thing, guys, what happens? Suppose if I'm not even logged in. Okay. First, I'll do logout. Then understand that if you're not even logged in, I'm able to come to profile page. And guys, anyone can access the users page. That's wrong. Means even I'm not logged in, nothing, I can simply go to users page. That is wrong. The one we have did is called, guys, authentication. We're authenticating that you are a right user or not a right user. Your login ID, password are correct or not. You are a right user or not a right user. That we're authenticating first of all. Now we have to authorize you that what all thing you can do. We are doing such a way that if you're not logged in, you are not allowed to come to the profile page or users page. And if you're logged in and not admin, then again, you are not allowed to come to users page. So only admin who is logged in can access the users page, but anyone who is logged in can access their profile page. If you're not logged in, you cannot access your profile, neither the users page. So now what you have to do now, we need to save the role of the user. What is the role of the user? So at this stage, there's a session storage dot set item. Any name I can give. I give a name as RTK and set this dot state dot user dot role. I'll save the role of the user, guys, here. Okay. Now what I'll do is in the logout part, first, when you log out, we'll remove this role. Second, we remove the token. Third, we'll update the state to blank. And fourth, and the fourth thing is, guys, you will route it back to the login page. This dot props dot history dot push to slash. Okay, let's just try. If I log out, I'll come back here. Now, if I go to slash say profile, it's coming empty, which is wrong. It should not come there at least. Means it should not go there if you're not logged in. So now let's authorize it. First, I'll show the conditional rendering. So here guys, in terms of conditional rendering, suppose we are logged in here. I want to say, if you are the admin, you will see one more button to go to users page. First thing is that. So this dot conditional render, any name you can give, guys. Ampersand NBSP. Now here in the conditional render, we'll say if this dot state dot user dot role, we'll check if the role is there. Okay, the next criteria, if role is there, and we can write here only, and if this dot state dot role is admin, means first role is there and that is admin, then what we'll do, we'll return one link here, link to / users. First import the link, guys. Okay, all there. Link to / users, whose class name is btn space btn hyphen info, say users. See, if you are an admin, you find one link for the users where you can go. But if you are not an admin, then you don't see that button. That's called conditional rendering, guys. On the basis of the condition. So on the basis of the condition, I have rendered that you can see the button or not see the button. This is called authorization.
If you, sorry, can I ask a question?
Yeah, good. Please.
If you open that page directly with the URL, would it
As of
restrict?
now, we have not authorized that page. Na? As of now, we have not authenticated that page. We're coming next point is that. First, we have given one conditional rendering, right? Now authorization not yet done. Okay. Now, second requirement is that, guys, if you are not logged in, you are not allowed to go to the, say, your login page. Oh, sorry, profile page. Now we'll say. Where we write authorization, that's an important point, guys. Inside render, you write it condition. We'll say, not in a return, guys. In return, it will not work. We'll say, if session storage dot get item LTK is equal to null, because there's no token. When the token will not be there, when you're not logged in, guys, there will be no token. If token is null, then simply do one thing, this dot props dot history dot push to /. As well as same criteria, add in the user list also. First criteria, there will be one more criteria here as well. First of all, if you're not logged in, you are not allowed to go to the login page or profile page. Let's try. I'm not logged in, but I'm trying to go to profile page. See, guys, it bring me back to the login. I'm not allowed to go there. See, even I'm trying manually, I'm not allowed to go there. It bring me back to login page. You cannot go to profile page now if you're not logged in. Once you're logged in, now you can go to profile page. Now come back to login also. You can again go back to profile page. That's fine. But once you logged out, now you're not allowed to go to the profile page. This is called authorization. You authorized that if you're logged in, then only you can go to that particular page. And one last thing in this code is, so on the user list page, if you're not logged in, you're not allowed to go to this page. But if you are logged in, suppose, when this token is not null, but your role is not admin. Your RTK is, you're not logged in, but you're not admin. Then in this scenario, so you will bring back to profile page. Why a profile page now? Because you're at least logged in, right? That's why you come back to profile page. Okay, let's try. I'm not logged in. I'm going to users page. It does not allow me there as well. See, I cannot go there. Come back to login. If I'm logged in as a normal user, now I'm trying to go to users page again. You're not allowed. You can even send a message also, guys. We see this is unlimited work you can do. See, from here I can send a one message also. You are not allowed. Anything is possible, guys. See now, if I go to the users page now directly, I get a message, you're not allowed. You can read this message and print it anywhere. This is endless, yeah. This is endless game. So I can read the message, print it anywhere. You're not allowed. Only admin can view the page. Anything is possible. But now if the Nidhi will log in, Nidhi's admin. Now Nidhi try to go to the users. She can go. So this is called, guys, authentication and authorization. I recommend everyone to integrate this authentication authorization in your own Zomato app. The one we made a Zomato app now. If you can try to integrate that Zomato in this Zomato app, you will able to get a more understanding of this. So my recommendation is to try to add that to the Zomato. Means choice is yours at the end of the day, but this is something you can do. Okay. Fine. Anyone, any question, any doubt?
So instead of putting these conditions in each and every component, can we do it in some common place, like in the
The
router
condition
class?
is different in each page, na?
Sorry?
Condition is different on each page. Condition
Uh,
is different in each page. Although you can add a simple JavaScript function, import it, you can try that, because not a big deal. The JavaScript only, right? Whatever you are coming in a mind, you can do that. The simple
no,
plain
I'm just
JavaScript.
thinking in the routing class also means.
Route. Are you coming from Angular background?
No, yeah, I have very, I will explain you in some other way.
No, no need
I
to
have some
explain.
other background.
From
No,
Angular
I don't have
background,
an.
then you do the routing. Then one thing called auth guard or router guard, where you can do it. But
Okay.
here we directly do this. You can write a code. Obviously, you can have one generic JavaScript, basic logic of JavaScript, and use it everywhere. That's possible. You can do that.
Yeah, so all these are, I mean, I'm saying it's a regular coding, right? Nothing special that React is giving as a framework. If there is something is
You're
available
giving
to handle
nobody.
all this.
You're giving a single page application. That's a
Ah,
big thing.
that I understood. I'm saying that anything related to authentication, authorization, like nothing special. It's all code, like pure JavaScript coding, right? And React framework, but nothing special
Ev-
related to authentication and authorization they are giving, right?
That's what I'm
I mean,
asking. From which language you're aware of? Because if you're aware of any language, I can relate with easily. You understand it better. Are you aware of any programming language in past? Anyone? Which are, you know, 10 languages, name anyone then in that case.
yeah, I'm from Java, Spring,
Okay, Java
C,
Spring.
C
Basically,
hash. Yeah.
okay, if you're from Java Spring in a Spring Boot, there's one class called auth class, right? You're referring to,
Yeah.
might be referring to that. But just to inform here, these are front end, buddy. In the front end, we use the Angular, React, Vue, Knockout. These are basically dependent upon the response of the API. So here we cannot have a specific method just to authenticate it. I can do that in back end, but in a front end, we don't do those things. In a front end, you write a code to read the response from back end and utilize that response. That's how the in a front end part works.
And also once the token get expired, you need to, mean the client need to make sure that it get refreshed. Is it how it would be
Yeah,
handled in that
in a
case?
back end option available, the refresh token in GWT. As the token get expired, it refresh automatically.
Okay, so but that call would be from client only, like client would
Back end,
call and
back end, Node.js.
okay, okay,
Front end have nothing to do for that. Front end will never log out. These days, if you notice, you never log out from Facebook. Never.
no, but you are storing the token in your storage now. So how you would know that the token has been refreshed in the backend in that
Basically,
case? How
whenever
you,
the token get refresh, so when you come to the next page, it just make a call again, because every time you're logged in there, you're making a call again. So making sure even cron can write, even cookie you can write, any cron job you can write there, that after this much time, just go back and get the new token.
okay,
Yeah. You write the logic there, you write a set timeout function inside your code. Whenever after that particular amount of time, just go back and grab a new token. So that's possible. Fine. As I mentioned, the endless game, we can make it more better. It's a huge lot of improvement I can do in this code. But yes, for understanding as a part of a knowledge, so that's what it is. Anyone guys, any question to this point? No question? Okay. So now what I want to pick next for today is that two more pending topic from our content is one is GitHub, one is deployment. Okay. So we have to understand the GitHub and we have to understand deployment. So guys, GitHub played a very, very, very important role for, I'm telling you guys. Your GitHub profile matter a lot, means lot. So make sure guys, and specifically, if you are not in India, you're from any other country, then I'm not sure. Means in India, this trend has started already, but not right of full-fledged. But in out of India, the trend is like that, that 90% interviews, guys, first of all, if your interview got clear, they buy themselves, they check your GitHub profile, or they ask you to share your GitHub profile because they want to see what kind of coding you are doing. So good GitHub profile as a developer is must. If you already have a good GitHub profile, you are sorted. If you don't have GitHub profile, start doing from today. This is super important thing, guys. Super important. And I'm not sure I mentioned this thing or not, guys. If you're from any college or any background, if you still want to get a call from the bigger company like Google or the Facebook or the AWS or those companies. So as per my experience, I told you last time also that I have applied for, I got a call from each companies. And being from non-IT, being from the electronics and communication background, I'm not from IT background. The only reason was my GitHub profile. And I always ask recruiters, why you call me? Because how exactly you find a profile? Because I'm not keep updating my profile here on daily basis. So GitHub is a very important, and try. If you can come in the top 100 active GitHub users of your country, will be great. Whichever country you live, for every country, the top 100 GitHub developers are there. Like I mentioned it last time also, I'm in the top 50 right now. Right now, my ranking is 33 guys in all over India, not in just in my city, it's all over India. I'm a 33 number right now as active developer in India. So point is like that, guys, this list matter a lot. If you're really looking for a Mang company or forget a Mang, a bigger company, and you're not from IIT or not from NIT, you still want to apply for those companies, you don't have to do anything. Just make your profile better. If your profile look good, you are sorted. And the reality I'm talking about, guys, this is means I tried and tested fact I'm talking about, guys. So first of all, guys, we have to learn the GitHub also. I'm not here to make your you cannot make a GitHub profile in one day, guys. First of all, is that GitHub profile require regular coding. Means on daily basis you're learning something new and you're pushing. So make a habit, guys. I have a habit, like every day at least 30 minutes or 40 minutes I spend for any new learning. Someday I miss also. It's not like that I'm a perfect also. Obviously, the New Year weekend, I miss that. But I still try my best that I do some amount of code in any language every day. Okay. So that is more important, guys. This graph play a very important role. Might be some people out of us, no one will be there who make that Snapchat streaks. better make this streak. This streak is something that can get you a lot. Okay. And how old that profile, that's matter a lot. Guys, mean more than 8 years now or 9 years now that I'm doing a coding, right? Or I'm doing a teaching also. So these things, guys, affect you a lot, and slowly you will grow yourself. First thing before the break, I'm going to teach you is, just confirm me, guys, I've not yet covered that how to make a GitHub profile look something like this. Then I'll tell you how to pull the code, push the code, raise the pull request, branching, all those things I'll cover. And then after that, we'll cover the deployment process. Okay. First, my question is that, guys, did I cover this thing already, that how to make a GitHub profile look like this? Yes or no? Covered. Okay, fine. So then we are sorted for this part. So now, guys, next thing is, let's see what we have covered in a Git till now. Okay, the only thing is covered is this only, that how to make a GitHub profile look like this. Okay, cool. Second thing is that, guys, now we are coming to next stage, that how we can start pushing our code to the Git. Guys, on the local, some of you might already aware of GitHub also, guys, because some of you are already working professional. So you are using in a daily job. If you are aware of that, then just ignore like another 15, 20 or 30 minutes, because I have to teach other people also who are not aware of. If you're aware, then guys, just listen if you can. Okay. Because a part of curriculum I have to cover. It is like that. Now, the point here is, if I talk about one thing in terms of, guys, like in a local, guys, we'll make the folders. Okay. In the local, basically, we make the folders in our drive and in our laptops. But when you make a folder on the Git, that is called as repository. When you have a folder on a Git, that is called as repository. So we call this as a repository. Now, how you create a new repo? You click on this plus icon and say new repository. Okay. So as I have multiple companies, so that's when the multiple names are coming. So I'll just basically use my profile, say Akash Developer. Now give a repo name. So we'll say React test. Also React test. Any name I can give that. And then we click on the create repository, guys. Okay. So this will create one repository, and now you get few steps are there, few commands are there. We'll copy this command, guys. We'll say first time from new folder. First time from new folder, you will run this 5 commands: git init, git add, git commit. Okay, branch will cover later on. Git commit, git remote, and git push origin master. So basically, here if we go, here we have particularly your 5 commands, first time from a new folder, and next time from same folder, means in a same folder trying to push again. So next time from same folder, only 3 commands. Guys, actually Git is not like a topic to be covered in 30 minutes, just to understand. Git is a very big topic, and this is basically depend upon a lot of things, guys. Basically, when you do a real-time experiment now, there are a lot of scenarios. Like I also still keep coming with a lot of new scenarios whenever I'm using my actual coding. Whenever I do actual coding, actual programming, so we come across a lot of scenarios. We can although cover the high-level scenarios or a major scenarios, but in real time, the scenarios also may vary. Okay. So basically, guys, here you're in the 3 commands: git add, git commit, and git push. First time from a same folder, and next time, first time from a new folder, next time from a same folder. One more thing before taking a break. I will make one separate folder outside our own coding folder for the sake of having a freshness there. I'll make a new folder, say, rename to this as um, React push. Okay. In this React push, basically, I'll keep one piece of a code. Although, guys, is Jenkins I have written? I committed a Jenkins to you also. No. Okay. We'll see. I don't commit a Jenkins right now, but I'll see if I can show you the Jenkins also, one of the most popular code pipeline that everybody use in the market. And again, those who are already working professional, you might have seen this Jenkins. Fair chance that you might have seen this Jenkins. This is one of the tool, guys, that people use in a market. Okay, I have a setup in my local. I can show you that also, but we'll see again. That depend upon the how much time we left with. So we'll try if we can cover the Jenkins also. Might be today or might be next week. We'll see. But if we get some time, we'll do that. Okay. Now, next thing. Here, I'll make one separate folder, guys. Say React push. What I'll do is, let's make this login logout application live. And one more thing, you have to make sure your backend API should be live, obviously. If they're not live, obviously, how you can make your application live. So I'm just keeping our login code separately here. The winner node module. I'm just thinking what all stuff we are going to. अच्छा, man folder भी चाहिए होगा. ठीक है, we'll as of now forget about the deployment. Just first focus on how we push the code on Git. I'll keep some files here, guys, in one separate folder to teach you how that Git push work. Perfect, guys. Let's take a break. After a break, let's talk about GitHub and then let's talk about deployment also. Okay, thank you. Okay, now guys, basically. That's fine, Fatima. I can share with Khushbu. Oh, okay. Yeah, I told Khushbu in the morning batch na, that you were in this batch. So yeah, you can share with her, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So basically, guys, I was talking about here how we can push that code to the Git. Now for doing that part, I have make one separate folder. Over that folder, I have idly kept some files. Okay. If you're using a Mac or Linux, then the process will be a little different, guys. If you think a window, then so if you're a Mac Linux also, still you have to install one software called Git Bash. Everybody have to install one software called Git Bash in their laptop, guys. Git SCM tool, that's a prerequisite of this course. If you go back to first day class, that day I only told you have to download this Git Bash. This is a tool, guys, that help you to interact with the Git. With the help of this, you can interact with the GitHub, guys. So this is anyways required. Now, if you're using a window, simply right click. You right click here, you find option called Git Bash here. But for basically Mac or Linux, you have to open the command prompt like this, guys. You have to open the command prompt like this. And at the end, you have to go inside this folder only, guys. Okay, at the end, you have to go inside this folder only. That is CD desktop. And there will say React push. Okay. Now, one by one, guys, let's start running the command. The very first command is git init, means initialize the git in this folder. When you say git init, basically what it do is it create one hidden dot git folder. You see, one hidden dot git folder got generated, guys. Now here write a command called git add. This will add all the files temporarily. Then you say git commit -m comment, say first code, any comment. Then this git remote is a place, guys, which tell that where to push the code. Guys, for me now, I have to add one additional thing. As I mentioned that my laptop is connected to multiple git repos or multiple git accounts. So this is something I have to do separately. So just ignore for a minute. Okay. Now git remote add origin. Git push. Origin master. By this way, guys, first step, and the first time the code get pushed to your Git. Let's have a look, guys. If you see here, the code get pushed to the Git, guys. You see, first time. Now, if I make any change in the file or any content, I add the file, I remove the file. If I make any change in any file, then suppose I add one new file here in this public folder, okay? Plus in the package.json, suppose I updated this version from 0.2, okay? I made two changes. So first of all, guys, you can, if you want to see now what all changes you have done and how to push through Git, say VS Code also, that also I'll show you. So you say Git status. When you Git status, you can see this file got modified and this file got added. This is because of Mac, guys. If this file is coming, you can ignore this file if you want. So we're telling that this file modified, this file added. Now, If you want to add all the files, say git add dot, it add all the changes. If you want specific file, mention the file name. Then git commit, say second code, and then finally git push. Now the updated code will push to the git. And if you go back and check, you will see guys here, 2 commits. If you click here, you can see what is done in first commit, what is done in second commit. And if you go back, now you notice from the package.json, you will see this version got changed. So guys, this is how you keep pushing the code on the git. This is first time, this is next all time. Anyone, any question here? Then I'll show you how to push that from the VS code. Clear? Okay. Now guys, suppose I make some change in a code without command, how I can do this? Okay. Here I write, suppose version 3. Here I add one file set test.js and say hi. Now, you see this icon, guys? This is analyzing that how many files actually got changed. It said 2 changes are there. You click here. Now you will see what exactly guys got changed. It said these 2 files got changed. You can add the files from here. You can click on this plus icon and you say commit. Now what do you want to commit? I'll say code. And now when you click on this button, it will push. So that was git add, that is git commit, that is git push. Either git push from here or git push from here. So you can push the code from the VS code also, guys. You go back. It is pushed. So this is how exactly, guys, your git thing works. Anyone, any question, any doubt? Clear to all? Okay. Now, guys, we'll talk more about Git in a later on. First, this much Git is sufficient for us as of now for start doing a deployment. How? So now, suppose guys, I'm done with this code. Okay, my application development is complete, or I can use this Zomato also. That's fine. Suppose my development is complete, guys. Now, when my development is basically complete, now what is the next step, guys? I have to take it live. Shall I take this whole code live? No. Then, guys, the only thing that will go live will be the only thing that is going live is a build of the application build. So what we have to do is to make that build, you have to run a command, guys, called npm run build. Suppose my development is done, I'll make a build. If you make any other change, then you have to make a new build. With every new change, you have to keep making the build of your app. Okay. Now here I will run the command in a Zomato app. Now I will run the command. Now, here guys, basically in this application, oh, where it gone? So here guys, run a command called npm run build. When you run the command called npm run build, now basically what happened? Guys, basically it's going to create the build of your application, mean the compiled version of your application. I'll show you how it look. Do you notice, guys, one build folder got generated? See this build folder? This build folder is getting generated, guys, when I npm run build. Now, guys, this build folder is the compiled version of your application. So whatever application you have created, there's a compiled version of this application that is coming under this build folder. Now, so in this build folder, guys, mainly the thing is, let's get complete. Okay, it's complete. The major thing is one index. So I can open here that you can see it clearly. See, this is how the build folder look like. Whatever file you have created, a component or the CSS, whatever you have created, guys, all get compiled where? You open the static, in this it's a JS, in these file, all the thing got compiled, guys. Your CSS, your JS, everything got compiled, got bundled in these files like this. So you have nothing now, you have made the changes. So if you have to make a change again, guys, then you have to first make a change, then make a build again. If you have made any change, you have to make a build again, guys. That's a requirement. Now, once this build got created, there are multiple ways to run that build. Now you can run the build over the Java, over the Python, over the .NET, over any environment. Now you can create the build, guys. So now, first of all, guys, I'd like to show you how to run this build with the help of your Node server. Then I'll show you that is a Python server. Now I'll bring that first of all, guys, that Node server here. So I have a Node server. Now I've done a two server, guys, one Node server, one Python server. Similarly, you can run over any server. Now what you do, guys, what in the server, I'll talk about that. First of all, in these server, guys, just put your build folder. Means there are two individual things, guys, not like that both of them have to be used. Any one can be used. This is like that any one can be used. Not both of them have to be used. Okay. So now in this case, as anyone have to use, so I'll show you by using both of them. I'll try to show you using both of them first of all. Now I have kept my build folder in this, guys, first. Okay. I just kept the build folder in this. Now, so let's go back to code. If we talk about the MERN application, here, let's copy that build first of all from Zomato app. Copy this build and paste this build here, guys. One in month, one in there. They both are individual things. They have no connection between them, guys. So just I'm showing you both options to you. Okay. Just not get confused. First of all, we'll focus to run application over the node server. So here, guys, in server.js, are basically basic Express server. This Express server, we're telling that where are all the static file present. We are telling that all the static file is basically present in your static folder. Second thing, we write one route called /route, and the /route, we are telling that which file to run. So we tell that all the static thing is in a build folder, and which file to run from there is a build index.html. Okay. Now what you'll do, guys, you will directly run this server file. How? Go to the mon folder and write here node server.js. Oh, first to npm I because packages are not there. And now say node server.js. This time, guys, the application running on a port number 9905. Let's go to localhost 9905. See, guys, it is running. And this is the compiled version of the application running over your one folder. This is a compiled version of the application running over one server. If you know how to write Explorer for Java or Tomcat or Apache, you can write anywhere, guys. So the one of the example I showed you, but you can write anywhere. Similarly, for Python, I'm using Flask. I'm telling that all the static thing is a static folder, template in a build folder. I'm telling that on a /load index.html. Okay, let's just try this also. Now it's a Python 3 app.py. Python 3 app.py. Now this time running on a port number 5000. That is a Flask server. So as basically 5000 is basically a Flask default port. So this time it is running on the port number 5000, which is a default port for the Flask. So this is how exactly it works. So this is how exactly, guys, you can run it over any server. Your Node server, your Python server, Java server, .NET server, any server you can use to run this. Is it clear, guys? Okay. Now, guys, next thing. So suppose this application is ready to use. Now, first of all, I'll show you how to generate the live URL of that. So first of all, for using a live URL, you didn't run npm in the second option. How does it dependency? Because that's a Python, buddy. npm is for node, Rajan. Did you got it, Rajan? npm is for a node. Second time we're running over a Python, buddy. That's why. Not required. Python has their own dependency called Flask. Fine. Now I'll show you guys how you can make a live URL of your application. Okay. Now guys, the next thing here is that I'm teaching you one structure called netlify.com. Netlify. What did Netlify do? Guys, Netlify is a way basically through which you can make the live URL of your application. So now it's very simple, although. Suppose I have a build ready. Okay. I have the build ready for my application. Okay. Now simply go to netlify.com. It's free of cost, guys. Netlify.com. And register yourself. Just log in there. First sign up, guys. I already sign up. That's why I'm logging. So the very simple way of doing that is, yes, it's free. Netlify is free. The very simple way. Once you log in into Netlify, you'll find one option called drag and drop your site folder here. Drag and drop your site folder here, right? Now, what you have to do, guys, you simply have to, the build folder that you have now, the build folder that you have. So where's our Zoom app? That build folder that we have, just take this build folder and drag it here. Now, once you drag and drop here, now guys, and your work is done. See, this generated that live URL of your application. See? And if I simply open this URL, guys, our application will be working and it's 100% live. I can give it to you also to try. Okay. And we can change the name also. We go to site setting. I say, you'll find an option called change site name. Suppose I say React Superb. Any name I can give. I'll say Superb React. And save. Now this becomes the new URL. And if I give this URL to you also right now to try, you can try. And the only thing is, guys, if your backend API is live, that and then anyone can use your application. Now with this URL, anybody can use your application. The only thing is your backend API should be live. Till the time I just keeps the application up. If you try to open, it will open at your side also, guys. Very simple. Just sign up there. You will find an option called drag and drop the folder. Simply drag and drop there and you are done. Simply drag and drop and you are done with that. I have not tested how many applications we can try hosted because I don't require, guys. But for you can try 2-3 applications at least. Working, guys? What not working? Just copy paste the URL. How will not work? A simple URL. So if I can refresh in front of you. Just copy paste that URL. I'm gonna chat. Jody. Okay.
Yeah, I copied and pasted the URL. It looks like how your screen looks, but I thought it would work like selecting a site.
Look like how?
It looks just like that, but I tried to select a city.
Ultimately, application is loading. Na? That's the main story is that application loading. Now, what is inside the application that we have to see? The major thing is application should be loading. That's what we are looking for right now. It will work also. You make your own application, which is working application. If you deploy it, it will work there as well. That will also work. Okay.
Okay.
Fine. So, and the reason of this should ideally work because ideally I have given the right URLs also. If you refresh it, then we'll wait for a few minutes. It should work also. Fine. So this is ultimately, guys, the first way you can make your application live. Now let me delete this, guys. Might be the API not working. That can be one of the reasons. Yeah, because application loading, the API is not loading, but we can test the API. API is working. So I can test it locally. If it's working locally, then work live also. No problem in that case. Or might be my server is blocking that request. That's what it is. The API response is not coming, else everything is working. Fine. So this is one of the way, guys, to make it live. Now, I'll cover the second way. Second way is through AWS, guys. Now, the one I just covered is free. The second which I'm covering is basically paid. If you have ever used the AWS before, do it. If you have never used AWS before, I recommend not to do it. Okay. So I'll log into AWS. And I'll start a service also, but guys, for AWS now, I have to push my code to the Git, and from there I can access. So let's get signed into AWS first. Okay, because guys, this is going to be cost you. If you have idea how to use it, then do it. If not have idea, then don't do it. Okay. Now here, guys, I'm going to use two service. One is called Elastic Beanstalk, which is the one through which I'm going to create one server over which the application run, and the code pipeline, which what it do is so basically this way here we create an environment. I'll say web service environment. Application name will say Superb React. Environment name I'll keep like this. Domain name I'll say Superb React. Okay. Then platform I'll choose the Node.js, guys, and sample application. So initially I will create an environment with a simple Node application. So this time I'm going to run the Node server which are running application over this AWS. So what we'll do now, guys, first of all, we have to push the code to the Git. So we'll go to this Mern folder, we'll copy this folder, accept the Node module, we'll just put it in this folder, guys. Now we are going to push the actual code to the Git that we have to use. CD React push. So git add, git commit, say code, and git push. So guys, all the real so guys, by this way, the actual code get pushed to Git right now. Okay. Verify it also. So code is there with us. Okay. Now this is creating an environment, guys. Once that environment ready, we have a URL for that environment. Now, in the meanwhile, we will create the code pipeline. What does code pipeline do? This help to pick the code from a Git and put it in the application. Now, so here I say, guys, create pipeline. In this create pipeline, give the pipeline name. I'll say React code, any name. Then next. React code app. Okay. Next. Okay. From where we're gonna pick the code, guys? We're gonna pick the code from the GitHub. Click on connect to GitHub. As I already done initially, that's not asking to log in. When you do it first time, it asks you to log in also to Git. Once I confirm, now guys, in a few seconds or 1 or 2 minutes, this will be ready. It'll show all my Git repos. We'll wait for a few minutes. And meanwhile, this environment is also getting ready, guys. Let's get load. The repos will load here. You choose the repo and do next. Nah, it's loaded. So which repo we have to pick? React test. Branch master and next. Guys, here we are not going to make any build. We are not going to make it because we already have build. So we skip this build stage. And now this environment is also ready, guys. If you go here now, you will see this environment is already having a node sample app. Now what I'll do is from a code pipeline, where to deploy in Elastic Beanstalk, what the application name, Superb React, and next. Now what it do, guys, when you say create, it automatically pick the code from the GitHub and deploy over the server. It automatically pick the code from a GitHub and deploy it over one server. See, it picking a code and now it will deploy. After deployment is done on this URL, your React app work. Another part, as soon as I push the new code on the Git, guys, it automatically detect my changes and push the code again. What it do? It automatically detect my changes and try to run this pipeline again automatically. So this is how exactly, guys, this code pipeline works. We have to wait for a few minutes. In the meanwhile, I can take your doubts. Who will do npm run build? You, Neha. You have to push that build code, na? So we are already keeping a build code over that Git. That's what. If you want that to create a pipeline also, then we have to learn a Jenkins. In a Jenkins, there's an option. You push the raw code, and that raw code will automatically, Jenkins will run that npm run build and deploy. Yes, Sandeep.
If we do a backup firstly, then we can deploy. Is it there?
Backup is nothing to do with the server, na bhai. This is a code. Backup is for your code, not for a server.
Yes,
Backup
firstly we have to done the backup, then we can deploy the new changes.
Backup. Listen. Backups are done for the database. Backups are done for the database. Do we take application backup?
Okay, understood.
Have you ever heard to take application backup?
No.
Or heard that? If there's suppose a new build got failed, then we just pick that old build. That's what we do. We roll back. In the rollback, where the previous code is running, we run that build number. That's it.
Okay.
Backups are for the databases, not for the applications. Okay. Now, guys, deployment complete. Now just refresh. The code is working. Might be Netlify blocking my API. That's why. Now, if I give this URL to you, you can also use this application as well. See, it's working. So this is how it works. And now, just for one thing, suppose guys, I go and make any change. Suppose I just upgrade this. The best way is, guys, never do directly from here. I'll do from there only, because that's the right way. Because I'm not sure if I get time to teach you guys Jenkins also. If I get some time to teach Jenkins also, then it'll get a lot of trouble to me. Better I'll do from here. Suppose, guys, I make any change in the code, okay? And I push that new code. As soon as the push will happen, guys, now you'll notice automatically this pipeline restart. See, guys, automatically. So although you can add a lot of things there, not to restart, manual restart, a lot of features you can add, but just showing you, it's called continuous deployment, CI/CD. Directly you push the code and deployment started. So this is how exactly, guys, our AWS thing work. Anyone any question? First, I'll close all the resources, guys, because yes, they are chargeable for me and I have to pay for them. Stop this first. Let me delete this pipeline. Okay, and then I terminate the environment also. Cool. So I think, guys, we're good. We have sorted this thing. Okay. Guys, are we okay to pick a next topic? Let's quickly vote, then accordingly I'll move. Okay, the mixed response, then so we can do one thing. We can pick at least one topic, right? So that people who say yes, they will also happy. People who say no, they will also be happy. Okay, fine. Now very less thing left for us, guys, for next week. That anyways, let's pick the Docker today. Now, guys, Docker, I have to do nothing. I cannot show the application running on a Docker. Why? Because Docker, for running application Docker, first of all, window machines will not work. In a Mac, you have to do a lot of other things. But this is not an expectation from us. Guys, from us, the expectation is never to run the Docker container. First of all, let's understand what is Docker and what is our job as a developer for a Docker. Let me explain you. So what is Docker, guys? Take a simple example. Suppose, guys, my friend has opened one hotel. Okay. Suppose, guys, my friend has opened one hotel. That's a very big, lavish hotel. Okay. Very good hotel. And quite cheap also. Not expensive. But there's one thing, guys. In that hotel, there's only one room. In that one room, there are 4 beds. Okay. In that one room, we have the 4 beds. Now, so what's the problem, guys? The problem is that when they're going for a booking, guys, hardly 1 or 2 family is okay for the booking. So hardly 1 or 2 family is okay for booking. Everyone is not okay for booking. So the problem is that, guys, people don't want to share their privacy. Very simple thing. So people do not want to share their privacy. Now, guys, now how he got a profit? Later on, what he did, guys, he divided that one big room into small rooms. Very obvious. But now they are in profit. Because guys, now people are able to get their own space and that's what they're looking for. So now they're in profit. So guys, same problem happened in the server because of which the Docker came into picture. Nowadays, though, maximum thing is running on Docker only. So what exactly come there, guys? Basically, what was the problem in the actual world? Basically, guys, we get a one big server. Suppose a company, I got one server. Okay. Over the server, I'm running a Python application also. So first I start a Python application over that. Okay. Suddenly, guys, in my team, the requirement came to run the Node app over that. But the point is in the terms of, guys, they say, you have a very big server, run Node over that. So I run a Node also on the same server. Suddenly they say, okay, run the Golang over the same server. Suppose they say, run the Java over the same server. Now, guys, on a same server, I am running a lot of things. And the reason why what they say is that you have very big server. As I have very big server, so I can use it for many things. And guys, this is one of the pain point or a problem point. The solution was that to divide that big server into small area. But who will do that? There come the Docker. What the Docker do, guys? Docker will take a underlying laptop. Suppose underlying machine. You have one laptop. You must have, guys, work on one thing called virtual machines in your life. Anytime you must have started a virtual machine in the laptop. So virtual machine is like a fresh new thing. Suppose I have Windows laptop. In that, in a virtual machine, I'm running a Linux. That Linux is like a absolutely new laptop. Similarly, guys, Docker work in the same manner. Suppose their server, over that server, guys, we run the small containers. And these all containers are basically called as Docker container. Basically, they are the individual spaces. They are the individual spaces. Over these spaces, I can run my application. So basically, they are the individual space. In each individual space, I can run my separate application. It will not impact. And if one application goes down also, suppose if one application goes down also, still I have no problem. I have this is absolutely running separately. So this will be absolutely running separately, and ultimately we still have an option for that. So this is how, guys, basically Docker is. Docker is just like a container, and over that container, I can run the multiple applications. Okay. Now, just 1 second. Just 1 second. Just 1 second, guys. One second, guys. Just. Okay. So basically, guys, this is the container over which the multiple applications can run. Now, the multiple applications can run over that. So now what is our role as a developer? Guys, our role as a developer is basically to provide them one Docker file. Okay. To provide them one Docker file will be our role. REST. The point is like, guys, that rest all the thing will be taken care by DevOps people. So we don't do much work over a DevOps people, guys. So basically they are the one who take care much of the DevOps work, I'll say. Now, let's see, guys, what as a developer we do. Now we consider, guys, in a way that you get the fresh new laptop. You count that in the way that you get the fresh new laptop. Guys, when you get the fresh new laptop, the what is the first thing that you will do? So if I have to work on, guys, say your Node application or React application, the first thing over that fresh laptop that I will do is I'm going to. So the first thing is I have to ultimately add your Node.js over that, right? The very first thing that I have to do is, guys, I have to add the Node.js over that, because that's the first thing we have to do whenever we get any fresh new laptop. Now you have to consider in the way, guys, that your Docker is just like a fresh new laptop that somebody has given you. Okay. Now let's see how we can use this. So I'll go here. We make one file, guys, called Docker file. Okay. We have to make one file here, say anywhere I can make, although we cannot run it, but just to we can create it. Docker file. Now the very first thing that we'll do here is, guys, we have to install the Node.js over that. From where? We'll simply say from Node. Now what exactly it means? Guys, like a GitHub is a repository for a code. Similarly, we have one thing called Docker Hub. Over this Docker Hub, or we call them as the image. Okay. We call them as the images. So over a Docker Hub, these images are available. Okay. Now, whatever you have to install, you simply say from Node like that. So what it do, guys, it try to install, not try, basically, it will install the Node.js inside the Docker container. Okay. Then after that, guys, the next step basically we'll do is we have to copy, we have to make a one folder there. We'll say work directory as /app. Then we will copy the package.json in this folder. So we'll copy the package.json in this folder. Then guys, we run npm install. So after that, we'll run npm install. After that, particularly, here guys, after npm install, we'll say copy rest of the code. Okay, copy rest of the code. So when we say copy rest of the code, guys, where it copy and from where it copy. So guys, it's gonna copy all that code from this folder into this node, into this Docker container, I can say. Okay. Now, after that, guys, tell on which port number you want to run. So expose a port number 8087. And then in CMD, we'll say npm start. So guys, this is a Docker file that you create. So your job is to create this particular Docker file. Rest all the things, guys, will be taken care by the DevOps people. And what they do, I'll tell you also. I can tell that as well, guys. Not a big deal. Basically, if you're a DevOps person, then your job is to run the two different command. One, they run Docker build dot -t and image name. Means image name, you can say the application name, whatever you want to give. Okay. Then after the image got created, they said Docker run -p port number. On which port number you are exposing? Suppose say 8089. What running internally? 3000 and the image name. So they will run these two commands to run that application over the Docker. This is, guys, how exactly they work. So this is a Docker. Docker is the, guys, they're all the alternate. We use Netlify, either AWS, either Python server. These are all the alternates. Not like that everything have to be used in one application. So these are the alternate option that is available with us. You can go with any one of them. Is it clear, guys? Anyone, any question in this? And I think that's done for this week. Now next week, we'll try to cover, I mean, we have to cover, not try, obviously. We have to cover rest topics as per our plan. First, I'll push this code. One minute, the code get pushed. But tomorrow, guys, I have to generate all the my new application. Just wait. Okay. So I've generated one application. I mean, when I'm starting your doubts, I will generate that app. So this one, do we require it? Okay, let's just keep it. I'm not sure if we are going to cover the Jenkins or not. If we will covering Jenkins, then I require this folder again, else I don't require. But anyways, I'll push I'll generate a new application. Meanwhile, cd desktop API January edu React evening. Create a React app. A Redux 1. We'll make a 2 application Redux also, guys. Create React app Redux 2. I need 2 application guys for that. Fine. Now go ahead and guys and ask if anybody have any question or anything to ask. If not, then obviously we're done and have a good weekend with you guys. Have a good, sorry, weekday, not a weekend. So have a good weekdays and we'll connect again next week. Yes, Fatima, please go ahead now.
Yes, Akash. Actually, I just want to ask that I have a clothing store on Shopify. So on the basis of what is taught in this course, means the concepts, will this be enough to transfer that website, means the store?
While doing that, first of all, the best or the first thing that you should go ahead with is create that backend APIs for that. The way to create any application is first you need to have the, I'll say the database structure. After database structure, create a backend of that. And once your backend, then you can consume that in front end. That's how exactly it goes.
So means MongoDB will be suitable for that?
That's fine. MongoDB is fine.
Okay. And will such site be safe for user login data and all?
Obviously, that see, ma'am, site is safe or not safe, that depend upon a coding. No language of one that can make any site safe. Right? The safety and all completely depend upon how the code is written.
I see. Okay.
Okay.
And also, is it possible for you to show the how to deal with payment gateways?
Ma'am, I don't think we have a time to that. I have what I can do is I can give a Zomato application which having all the things integrated. You can use that. That's possible for me. But if I cannot commit right now. If I get time, then I'll do. If I don't get time, then I cannot do. But I cannot commit right now, Fatima. I can give the code that I can commit. Not a big deal.
Yeah, that would help, Akash. Yeah.
Yeah, that I can do.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, no problem. Any more questions, guys? Anyone? No. Cool. Then guys, we're good for this week. Now I'll catch you guys in the next week. Thank you. Bye-bye.